20 D 194 115 D 194 8 80 47 50 79 6 6 D 9 2 D 1 D 9 4 D 6 4 D 9 3 D 9 2 D 9 2 D 9 2 D 9 2 D 9 2 D 9 2 D 9 2 D 9 2 D 9 2 D 9 1 D 9 1 D 9 5 D 9 2 D 9 2 D 9 2 D 9 1 D 9 1 D 8 1 D 9 6 8 D 9 4 D 9 Tele chat 1 D 1 D 9 1 D 9 1 D 9 1 D 9 2 D 2 D 9 2 D 9 1 D 9 8 4 26 9 D 9 6 4 D 100 3 D 129 4 D 9 2 D 2 D 1 1 D 9 1 D 9 2 D 1 D 9 1 D 9 2 D 9 1 9 1 1 2 D 9 3 D 9 1 D 9 1 D 3 D 9 250 200 200 200 250 40 318 255 D 318 2 2 1 1 4 D 9 2 9 D 9 2 2 D 1 D 9 2 D 1 D 9 4 D 9 4 D 9 3 D 9 3 D 9 3 D 9 3 D 9 2 D 9 8 D 9 6 D 9 7 D 9 8 D 9 7 D 9 7 D 9 7 D 9 7 6 D 9 5 D 9 2 D 9 2 D 9 2 D 9 2 D 9 2 D 9 1 D 3 D 2 D 9 2 D 9 2 D 1 2 D 1 D 9 100 1 D 9 Tele chat Tele chat cakes a D texto 45 Tele-D chat. 1D9, 1. 200. Tele-D chat. Chat cakes a D texto 14D15. Two D9, 2D9, 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 1, 2, 6, 4D9, 1D9, 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 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 2D, 1D, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 1, 1D, 1, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 3D9, 9D, 4D9, 2, 1, 1D9, 1, 1, 1, 2D9, 1, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 2, 2, 1D, 1D9, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2D, 2D9, 1, 1, 1, 2D, 5D9, 9D, 2D9, 6D, 2, 1D9, 5D9, 5D9, 6D9, 5D9, 8D, 6D9, 5D, 3, 2D9, 4, 5, 9, 4D9, 4, 1D9, 1, 2, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 1D9, 1D, 2, 1D9, 1, 1, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 5D9, 2, 1, 2, 1D9, 2D, 1, 1, 1D, 2D9, 2, 1D9, 1D, 1, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 6, 3, 8, 4, 2, 1D9, 3D9, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 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 145D, 2D9, 100, 2D9, 119D, 289D, 340, 18, 88D, 200, 110D, 250, 25, 45D, 341, 46D, 341, 140, 7, 200, 200, 200, 2, 3, 3, 8, 17D, 409, 8, 17D, 409, 18D, 409, 18D, 409, 18, 8, 7, 17, 8, 17D, 400, 5, 20, 20, 20, 2D9, 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 1d9, 2d9, 29, 8, 3d, 2, 8d, 8, 4d9, 2d, 3d9, 2d, 1d9, 1d9, 2, 1d, 6d9, 2d9, 2d9, 1d9, 2d9, 1d9, 1d9, 3d9, 7d9, 5d9, 7d9, 7d9, 1, 2d, 1d9, 2d, 1, 2d9, 2d9, 5d9, 1d9, 79d1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 300, 100, 154, 20, 20, 1, 2d, 2d9, 2, 1, 2, 1d9, 2d, 1d9, 2, 2d9, 1, 2d9, 2d9, 1d, 2d, 2d9, 1d, 8, 6d9, 1d9, 2d9, 2d9, 1d9, 2d9, 3d9, 6d9, 2d9, 1d9, 2d9, 2d9, 1d9, 1d, 2d9, 1d9, 1d9, 2d9, 3d, 7d9, 2d9, 2, 1d9, 1d9, 4d9, 8d9, 3d9, 1, 1d9, 1d9, 3d9, 1d9, 2d, 2d9, 2d, 2d9, 1d9, 1, 2d9, 1d, 8d9, 9d9, 2d, 1d9, 2d, 1, 2, 1, 9d9, 8d9, 1d9, 1, 1d9, 1d9, 2 8D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 5D9, 6D9, 3D9, 2D9, 9D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 4D9, 1D9, 2D9, 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 22D, 32, desativado, 41, 7, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 11D, 1, 128D 409. 9D 190, 8D 100, 7, 81, 8, 85, 85D 294. 2, 1D, 1, 2D9, 1, 1, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 2D, 2D, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 2, 1D9, 9, 1, 8, 7D, 6D9, 3D9, 1, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 1, 1, 5D, 5D9, 6, 5, 4D9, 4D, 4, 4, 3D9, 2D, 2D9, 4D9, 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 2D9, 2D, 4, 20, 3D9, 4, 8D9, 8, 8, 7D9, 7D9, 5D, 5, 6D9, 3D, 3D9, 3D9, 5, 9, 8D9, 3D9, 1D9, 2D9, 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 9D9, 8D, 8D9, 8D, 8, 8, 8D9, 8, 8, 6, 1, 1D9, 7D9, 8D9, 1, 8D, 6, 9, 8, 7D, 7D, 1D9, 7D9, 7, 8, 1D, 4, 2D9, 8, 8, 8, 8, 20, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 60, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 20, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 4D29, 2D9, 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 1, 9, 3, 2, 1, 7, 4, 1, 200, 2, 2, 1, 2D9, 3D9, 1, 4, 6, 5, 6, 3, 3D9, 2D, 2D, 1, 3D9, 2D9, 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 1, 2D9, 2, 3D9, 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 3 3D9. 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 3D, 4D9, 5D, 7D9, 6D9, 6D, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 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 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 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 1D9, 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 2D9, 7D, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 40, 93, 6, 80, 63, 120, 1, 2, 200, 200, 200, 1, 6, 2, 1, 2, 1d9, 1, 3d, 2d, 1d9, 1d9, 2d, 1d9, 1d9, 2d, 1d, 1d9. One D9. One D9. 1d9, 3d9, 2d, 2d9, 9d9, 9d9, 6d20, 22d1, 2d9, 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 7d9, 2d9, 3d, 2d9, 1, 8, 8d9, 1, 2d9, 8, 1, 30, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 100, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 7, 2d9, 1d9, 2d9, 4, 20, 1d9, 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 cakes a d text 2, cakes a d text, 1d, cakes a d text, cakes a d text 2, 1d, 4d9, 3, 2d9, 1d9, 1, 1d9, 1d9, 2, 2d, 2, 1d9, 2d9, 1, 1d, 1, 2d9, 1d, 2d9, 5, 6, 7, 70, 9d9, 3, 8, 6, 3, 4, 15d 129, 17, 2d9, 1d9, 100, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 90, 3d9, 1d9, 2d9, 1d, 1d9, 1d9, 5d9, 1d9, 1d9, 1d, 1d9, 1d, 1d9, 2d, 2d9, 5, 4d9, 7, 5d9, 7d, 7, 7d9, 4, 4d9, 4d, 4d, 4, 4d, 4d, 4d9, 1d, 5d9, 3d9, 2d9, 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 2, 2d9, 2d, 2d9, 2, 2d, 1, 1, 1d, 1d9, 2d9, 2d, 2d9, 3, 4d9, 7d9, 8d9, 9d9, 2d9, 1d9, 3d, 3d9, 8d, 7d9, 7d9, 1d9, 4d, 3d, 2d, 1, 9, 8, 3, 1d9, 1d9, 7d, 6d9, 4, 2d9, 2d9, 1d9, 2d, 1d9, 1d9, 8d9, 6, 5d9, 4, 2d, 2d9, 2, 1, 2d9, 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 1, 9, 7, 5d9, 8d9, 4d9, 3d9, 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 2d9, 7, 8, 9, 7d9, 5d9, 1d9, 2d9, 2d9, 9d9, 9, 7d9, 5d, 5d9, 5d9, 2d9, 8d9, 8, 7d9, 2d9, 1d9, 1d, 9d9, 3d9, 2d9, 1d9, 2d9, 9d9, 6, 4d9, 1d9, 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 2d, 2d9, 1d9, 2, 1d9, 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 7d, 6d9, 1d9, 1d, 2d9, 1d, 1d9, 2d9, 2d, 1, 30, 30, 40, 341, 1, 4, 1, 1, 1, 106, 100, 1d9, 9d9, 6d9, 4d9, 1d9, 1d9, 4d, 7, 8, 1d, 2, 1d9, 2d, 1d9, 2d9, 1d9, 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 2, 1, 6, 60, 90, 100, 2d9, 2d, 1d9, 8d9, 8d9, 6d9, 3d9, 1d9, 30, 30, 2d9, 1d9, 2d, 6d9, 7, 6d, 3d9, 1d9, 2, 1, 2d9, 1d9, 1d9, 2d9, 2d, 2D, 1D9, 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 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 1D9, 7D9, 2D9, 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 3, 2D, 1D9, 2D, 9D, 2D9, 8, 7, 4D9, 1, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 8, 1, 2D9, 4D, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 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 1D9, 4D9, 3D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 3D, 1, 2, 3D9, 1D9, 1, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 3, 2D, 2, 5, 2, 7D, 1D9, 6, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 1, 9, 1, 2D, 8D, 2D9, 1, 2, 1, 3, 6, 6, 1, 2, 9D, 3, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 1D, 1, 3, 5, 5D9, 2, 1D, 1D9, 1D, 8D9, 7, 1, 2D, 3, 5, 1, 1, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 3D9, 1D, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 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 2, 2D9, 1, 2, 1D, 9, 9, 7, 8D9, 3, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 1, 2D9, 2, 2D, 1, 8, 6, 3, 2, 5D9, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, 1, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 9, 5D9, 4, 1, 1D, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 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 2D, 1, 4, 1D9, 2, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 4D9, 1, 2D9, 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 2, 2, 2, 2D, 1, 1, 9, 3, 1, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2, 2, 1D9, 2, 1, 2D, 2, 1, 1D9, 4, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, 1, 8, 7, 2, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 9, 8D, 8, 6, 2, 8, 4D, 2D, 1, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 1, 2D, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 2, 1, 8, 7, 6D, 4D, 7D, 2D9, 1D, 1D, 2, 2D, 4, 8, 8, 1D, 5D9, 1D9, 2D, 2, 1, 2, 1D9, 1D, 2D, 5D, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 1, 2, 2D9, 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 1, 2, 2D9, 1D, 1, 1, 8, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 4D9, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 1, 7D, 1, 9D9, 2D, 1D9, 8, 4, 5, 4, 1, 1, 7D, 1, 8, 7D9, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 3D, 4D9, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 4, 2, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3D, 1, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 1D, 2, 1, 2D9, 4D, 1, 1, 5D9, 1D9, 8, 8, 6, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 8, 8, 5D, 3, 3, 3D, 1, 2, 9D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 6, 1, 20, 6, 8, 8, 22D, 22, 2, 1, 2D, 3D, 3, 4D9, 9D9, 100, 1, 3, 2, 4, 1, 1, 100, 1D, 9, 6D, 5, 7D9, 6D, 4D9, 2D, 5D9, 3D9, 1, 2, 2D, 1, 1D9, 6, 8, 8, 20, 40, 34, 1D9, 2, 2D, 4D, 2D9, 100, 50, 4, 7, 6, 7, 6, 63D, 75D, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 3, 1, 1, 70, 7, 6, 1, 1, 1, 1, D9, 20, 6, 7, 1, 2, 2, 1, D9, 1, D9, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 5, 2, D9, 2, D9, 1, D, 1, D9, 2, D9, 2, D9, 2, D9, 2, D, 2, 1, 1, D9, 2, D9, 1, D, 2D9, 1D, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 4D9, 2, 2D9, 1, 200, 20, 1, 1, 6, 30, 10, 3, 4, 13D, 3, 20, 8, 90, 90, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 8, 3 1 1 1 1 1 100 7 9 1 1 1 1 1 3 3 1 140 90 400 1 1 1 150 1 1 100 4 8 8 8 9 7 200 207 2 2 2 2 2 218 D 3 1 2 D 1 D 3 2 3 D 120 44 D 1 1 100 1 third 4 D 2 2 1 D 3 D 9 6 3 17 56 7 20 79 16 2 D 9 7 2 1 D 9 4 D 1 1 40 D 2 D 20 2 2 D 1 D 9 8 D 9 4 D 1 1 100 100 1 1 9 1 6 3 1 9 1 1 1 1 D 9 6 1 1 1 4 1 2 1 1 1 1 1 11 D 3 7 1 113 D 1 1 7 7 9 300 1 160 1 100 1 70 78 D 1 7 7 80 80 8 8 80 9 90 92 100 150 D 1 170 7 8 8 83 91 90 92 1 D 9 1 6 9 7 9 1 1 9 1 4 D 9 3 8 D 9 5 7 6 79 80 D 100 80 8 85 D 87 90 9 6 88 D 100 189 D 1 8 D 5 D 9 2 D 9 3 2 D 1 9 8 D 9 1 1 7 D 9 1 D 2 D 1 2 2 D 2 D 9 1 1 2 D 9 2 D 9 2 D 2 D 9 1 D 1 50 50 8 1 2 2 1 1 8 8 8 8 6 20 70 409 70 1 13 16 D3 1 D9 1 D9 2 1 D9 2 D9 1 D9 2 D9 2 1 8 D9 8 D9 2 D9 2 D9 2 D 1 D9 1 D9 8 D 9 D9 1 D9 4 D9 4 D9 5 D9 6 D9 6 D9 6 D9 1 D 2 D9 2 D9 2 D9 2 D9 2 D9 2 D 2 D9 2 D 2 D 2 D9 2 D 2 1 D9 1 D9 1 D9 1 D9 1 D 1 D9 2 D9 1 D9 1 D9 9 D9 6 5 D9 3 D9 2 D9 1 D9 1 8 D 2 D9 2 D9 2 D 3 D9 3 D9 2 D 2 D 2 D9 2 2 D9 9 D9 3 D 2 2 8 D 20 2 1 D 2 3 D 2 2 D 4 11 4 1 third 1 D 1 2 D 1 2 D9 7 4 D9 1 D 3 D 4 D 4 D 5 D9 4 D9 3 4 D9 4 7 D9 2 D9 4 D 7 D9 3 3 D9 8 D 5 4 D9 7 D9 8 7 D9 9 8 7 3 2 9 9 5 7 D 6 D9 6 D9 6 D9 2 9 D 1 1 2 1 D9 1 2 D9 1 D9 8 D9 7 D9 7 D9 9 D9 3 D9 1 4 D 11 D 11 2 2 D9 2 D 2 2 1 D9 1 2 D 1 D 1 D9 1 D9 2 D 1 D9 2 D9 1 8 D9 7 2 D9 2 1 D9 9 D9 9 D 9 D9 9 9 D9 9 D9 9 D 9 D9 9 D9 9 D9 5 D9 5 D 4 D9 7 D 7 D 6 D9 6 D 6 D9 6 D9 6 D9 6 D9 6 D 6 D9 6 6 D9 6 D9 6 D9 3 3 D 3 D 3 D9 3 D9 3 D 3 D 3 3 D 3 D9 3 D 3 D 3 D9 3 1 2 1 1 D9 2 D9 2d9, 1d9, 8, 7, 1d9, 3d9, 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 1d9, 8d9, 2d9, 1d9, 8d9, 7d, 6, 5d9, 5d9, 6d9, 4, 8d9, 9d, 3d9, 2d9, 2d, 1, 6, 8, 22d, 101, 23, 20, 2, 1d, 2d, 1, 2d, 1, 100, 100, 1d, 40, 120, 2, 2d9, 8d9, 1, 26d, 129, 27d, 120, 2d9, 2d9, 2, 1d9, 2, 1, 2d9, 5d9, 3d9, 2d, 3d9, 1d9, 3d9, 1d9, 7d, 6d9, 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 1d9, 1d9, 1d, 2, 1d, 8d, 2, 8d9, 1d, 1d9, 1d, 1d9, 1d9, 3d9, 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 2, 1d, 2d, 9d9, 3d9, 3d9, 2d, 3D9. 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 3D9.
3D9.
3D9. 3D9. 3D9. 3D9. 2. 3D9. 2D9. 1. 1D9. 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 9D9. 1D9. 1D. 6. 7D9. 1D9. 9D9. Vato 1D1. Vato 1. 5D. Vato 5D. 4. 6D. Adquire. Notifico. Alterare pero creador de personagem. Notifico. Alterare para capas CLSSI. Vato 1D. 9D9. 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 9D. 2D. 2D. 2D9. 2. 2. 1D9. 2D9. 2. 1. 1. 1D9. 1D. 2D9. 2D9. 3D9. 2D9. 2D9. 6D. 3D9. 2D9. 2D9. 5D. 2D. 2D9. 1. 2D9. 40. 191 D 341. 2. 150 70 409 150 18 21 30 30 30 1D9. 1D9. 2D9. 1D9. 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 2D9, 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 1D, 2, 1, 3D9, 4D9, 1D, 5D9, 4D9, 6, 7, 2D, 1D, 1D, 2D9, 2, 5, 5, 8, 5, 1, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 3D9, 50, 8, 8, 9, 91, 1, 1, 1, 5, 5D9, 2D9, 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 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 7D, 8D9, 6D9, 6D9, 6D, 6D9, 5D9, 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 2D9, 100, 2D9, 1D, 1D9, 5D9, 3D, 4D, 8, 8D1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 6, 60, 5D9, 8D9, 1D9, 8D9, 9D9, 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 8, 8, 8, 8D9, 8D, 8D, 8D9, 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 3D9, 1D9, 2D, 4D9, 3D9, 3D9, 2D9, 3, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 8, 4D, 4D9, 5D, 1D9, 2D, 1D9, 9D9, 8D9, 7D9, 1D9, 2, 3D9, 3D9, 4D9, 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 4D, 4D9, 4D9, 4D, 4D9, 4D9, 7D9, 7D9, 8D9, 5D9, 5D9, 2D9, 2D9, 3D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 1D, 7, 2D, 1, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 1D9, 9D9, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 9D9, 9D, 6D, 1D9, 2D9, 3D9, 2D9, 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 3D9, 4D9, 4D9, 2, 1D, 5D9, 20, 2090, 200, 5D, 3D9, 2D9, 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 3D9, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 3D9, 2, 100D, 4D20, 2D9, 2d9, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 3d9, 5, 9, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 5, 3d, 2d, 1d9, 1, 1d9, 4d9, 2, 1d9, 2d9, 1d9, 1d9, 2d9, 1d, 1d9, 2d9, 2d, 1, 60, 50, 20, 90, 11, 9, 90, 9, 97, 7d9, 4d9, 1d9, 2d9, 2d, 4, 4d, 80d, 2d9, 1, 1d, 1, 1d9, 1d9, 1, 121, 2, 1, 1d9, 1, 2d9, 1d, 1d9, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1d9, 9d9, 7d, 3d9, 2d9, 2, 2, 2d, 2d9, 1d, 8d9, 36, 3d9, 1, 1, 1, 1d9, 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 1, 1d, 9d9, 8d9, 9d9, 5d9, 3d9, 8, 3, 2, 8, 8d, 8d9, 4d9, 1d, 2, 1d9, 1d9, 6, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 5, 20, 37, 30, 30, 90, 129, 6d9, 4, 1, 1d9, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2d9, 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 3d9, 3d9, 5d, 4d9, 2d9, 2d, 9d9, 7d9, 6d9, 6d9, 6d, 1d9, 1d9, 1, 9d9, Dacitive, 20, 30, 37, 130, 178 d1, 1, 9, 120, 120, 1, 1d9, 2, 1d9, 1, 1, 2d, 2d9, 2d9, 6d9, 2d, 1, 1, 1, 1d9, 1, 2d, 1, 1, 1d9, 1, 2, 2d, 2d9, 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 8, 7d9, 7d9, 20d, 40, 1, 9, 1, 8, 9, 12d3, 5d9, 4, 2d9, 2d9, 1d9, 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 1d, 2d, 2d, 1, 1, 2d9, 1d, 2d9, 2d, 200, 1d9, 2d9, 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 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1D, 1D9, 2D9, 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 teledeposit, 2D9, 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 48d209, 1d9, 2d9, 1d9, 2d9, 4d9, 2d9, 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 1d9, 1d9, 5d9, 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 4d9, 1d, 2d, 1, 2d9, 6d, 2d9, 1d, 2d9, 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 7d9, 2d9, 1d9, 2d9, 2d9, 3d9, 9d9, 1d9, 1d9, 7, 2d9, 2d, 2d9, 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 2d, 2d9, 2d, 2d9, 1, 2d9, 1d9, 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 6d9, 6d9, 4d9, 6, 2d9, 4d9, 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 2d9, 2d9, 2d, 2d9, 2d9, 4d9, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D, 1D9, 2D9, 9D9, 9D9, 7D, 6D9, 6D9, 4D, 3, 2D, 1D9, 2D, 9D9, 2D9, 1D, 2, 1, 2, 2D, 2D9, 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 3, 1, 11, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 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 1d9, 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 3d, 1d9, 2, 1, 1, 2d9, 2d, 2d9, 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 1d9, 1d, 1d9, 2, 1d9, 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 1, 1, 2, 2, 2d9, 9, 4d, 2d9, 2, 1d9, 6d9, 2, 1, 2, 2d, 1d9, 1d9, 6d9, 5d9, 5d, 6d9, 4d9, 2d9, 1d9, 3d, 2, 1d, 2, 2, 1, 1d9, 2, 1d9, 2d9, 2d9, 9d9, 8d, 1, 2d, 1, 2, 2d9, 2d, 1, 2d9, 2, 2d9, 2d9, 1d, 2d9, 1d, 3d9, 2d9, 1d, 2d9, one d9, one d9, one d, one d9, one d, one d9, one d9, teledepos, caricando. Menu principal, Vatosis, Listener, Teledigiogo, Montesquieu, Pressioni Vato Elan per marcare scurd. Concludu, Teledigiogo, Montesquieu, Pressioni Vato Elan per marcare scurd. Mondos 143 E1D3, Alterner 2, Alterner 3D6 Mineville, Alterner 4D6, Alterner 3D, Alterner 5D6 Lifeboat Network Ativado, Alterner 6D6 Cubecraft Winter Games, Ativado, Entrar Bato 18D, Caricando, Canceller Bato 1D1, Canceller Bato, Durando Mondo, Conclude 2d9, 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 1d9, 2d9, 1d9, 1d9, 2d9, 1d, 2d, 2d, 2d9, 1d9, 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 1d, 2d, 1d, 1d9, 1d9, 6, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 1d9, 1d, 2d9, 1d9, 2, 1d9, 2d, 2d9, 2d, 1d, 2d, 1d, 1d, 1, 1, 3d9, 3d9, 1, 1, 1d9, 2d9, 1, 2d, 1d9, 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 1, 1d, 1d, 2, 1d9, 2d9, 2d9, 2d, 2, 1, 1, 2d9, 1, 1, 2, 1d9, 2d9, 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 1d9, 1d9, 2d9, 1d9, 2d9, 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 1d, 11d, 2d, 11d 112, 1d9, 2d, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1d9, 2d, 1d9, 2d9, 1d, 3, 2, 1d9, 1d, 2d9, 2d, 11, 1, 5d9, 4d9, 1d, 2d9, 1d, 2d, 2d9, 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 1d9, 1d9, 1, 2d, 2d, 5, 1, 1, 100, 1, 1, 1, 2d9, 1, 1, 2d, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2d, 1d9, 2d9, 1d9, 2d9, 1, 9d9, 3d9, 1, 2d9, 1, 20, 1, 108, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2d9, 3d9, 3d9, 3, 2d9, 1d9, 4d9, 2d9, 2d, 1d9, 1d9, 2d, 2d9, 2d9, 2d, 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 1d, 1d, 3d, 3d9, 1d, 3, 1d, 3, 3, 3d, 3d9, 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 2d, 1d, 1d, 2d, 2d9, 2d9, 11, 3, 2d, 2d, 1d, 1d9, 1, 1, 8, 1, 1d9, 1d, 5d9, 2d9, 2d9, 1, 2d, 1d, 1d9, 2d9, 2d9, 2, 2d9, 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 2d, 2d9, 1, 2d9, 2d9, 2, 1d9, 1d9, 2d9, 6d9, 4d9, 1, 1, 2d9, 2d, 2d9, 2d9, 1d9, 2d, 2d, 2d9, 2d, 1, 1, 2d9, 3d9, 1d9, 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 2d9, 2d9, 2, 1, 1d9, 9d, 7, 2d9, 7d9, 2d, 1, 2, 2, 1d9, 1d9, 2d9, 1d9, 2d, 11, 7, 4D1 D1 1D 2D 1 2D 2D9 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 2 1D9 6 4D9 2D9 1D 1D9 2D9 1D 2D 2D9 2D9 1D9 1 2D9 1D 2D9 11 30 7 40 30 80 1 1 2 1 1 1 1 100 1 D 2D9 2 1 1 2 8D9 2D9 2D 2D9 5 4 1D 2D9 2D9 2D 2D9 2D 2D9 6D9 1 2 1D 2D 1D9 2D 2D9 2D9 5D9 2D9 1 1 3 1D 1D9 3D9 1 1D9 1D2 master me maze Vato 1D3 play 1D9 1D 1D9 2D9 2D9 2D 1D 1 2D9 1D9 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 2D9 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 4 2D 2D 2D9 1D9 2 2 2 3D9 9D9 1D9 2D9 1D9 1D9 1D 2 1D9 1D9 2D9 1D9 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 2D9 2D9 1 2D9 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 9D9 2D9 1 1 1 9 4D 8D9 2D9 1D9 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 2 1D 1D9 2D9 1D9 5D9 4D9 1D9 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 2D9 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 2 2D9 2 1D 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 2D 1D 2D 1D9 2D 1D9 2D9 2D9 1D9 1 1D9 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 2D9 1D9 1 2D9 2D9 1D9 1 2D9 1D9 2 2D9 2 2D9 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 2D 1D9 1 2 2D 2 2D9 2 2 2D9 2 2 1D9 1 2 1 2 1D9 8D9 7D9 5D9 6 2D9 8 3D9 6 1 2D9 9D9 6D9. 1, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 3D9, 1, 2D9, 5D9, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2, 1D9, 1, 2D, 1D9, 7D9, 2, 1, 2D, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 1, 1D, 2D, 1, 2, 4, 3D9, 3D, 2D9, 1D, 2D, 2D, 8D9, 1D, 8D9, 8D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 6D, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 2, 1, 2D9, 1D, 1, 1, 2D9, 7D, 7D, 5D, 1, 2D9, 3D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 2, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 2D, 2, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 2, 2D, 1D, 1, 2D9, 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 1, 2D9, 1, 1, 1, 1D9, 1, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 7D, 2D9, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 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 1, 2D9, 1, 3, 2D, 2D, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 2, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 1D9, 1D, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 2, 1D, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 2, 2D, 1, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 2, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 3, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2D9, 2D, 1, 2D9, 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 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 2, 2, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 6D, 1, 1, 6D9, 1D3, 1D3 play again, play Lucky Islands again, Lotto, 6, 6D, 6, 6D9, 6D, 6D, 6D9, 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 6, 6D9, 6D9, 6, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1D9, 1, 7D9, 3D9, 2D, 2D9, 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 1D, 2, 1D, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 1D, 1, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 2, 1, 1D9, 6D, 6D9, 4D9, 1, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 1, 2D, 2, 2D, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2, 3D9, 1, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 2D, 1D9, 2, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 7D9, 4D9, 2D9, 1D9, 9D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, 11D1, K, 30, K, 21D180, 6, 9, 39, 7, 2, 2, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 2, 2D, 2D9, 2D, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1D9, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1D, 8D9, 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 1, 1D, 1D9, 1D, 1, 2D9, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, 1, 1, 1D9, 1, 1, 2D, 2D9, 4D9, 3D9, 3D9, 2, 2D9, 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 1D9, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 2D, 1D9, 1, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 5D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 1D, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 1D, 1D, 1D9, 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 4, 4, 6, 3, 5, 13, 30, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 1D, 2D, 1, 1D, 2D9, 1, 9, 7D9, 2D9, 2, 1D, 1, 1D9, 4D9, 6D, 5D, 2D9, 1, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 2D, 1, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 8, 4D9, 1D9, 2D9, 3, 1, 1, 2D9, 1, 2, 1, 1D9, 2, 1D9, 8D9, 4, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 1, 2D9, 1, 1, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 1D, 1D, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2, 2D, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 3D9, 7D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 1, 2D9, 8, 4D, 2D9, 1, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D, 3 play, 2D9, 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 1D9, 3D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, Tele chat. Tele chat 1D 1 2D9 1D9 1D9 3 1 2D9 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 2D 8D9 6D9 6D9 3D9 2D 1D 2 1D9 1D 3 1D9 5D9 1D9 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 2 2D 2D9 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 1 1D9 1D9 2D9 1D9 1D5 chef force 2 1 1 1 1D9 1D 1D9 1D9 1 1D9 1D9 1 2 2D9 2D9 1D 9D9 9 9D9 9 8 7D9 6D9 1D9 6 1D9 2D9 30 1D9 1D 1 2D9 2D 2D 1D9 1D9 2D9 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 1 5D9 6D9 1D 2 1D9 2D9 2 2D9 8 1 2D9 2D9 1 1D9 1D 1D9 1 1D9 1D9 9D9 9 9D9 9 9 9D9 8 3D9 2D9 1D9 1D9 3D9 1 2D9 2D 2 2 1D 1D 2 2D9 1 2D 2D9 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 1D9 2D9 2D9 1D 3 1D 1D9 1D9 1 1 1D9 1D9 1D 1D9 2D 2D 1 2D9 1 2D9, 1, 1, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 1D, 8D, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 1, 2, 2D9, 1D9, 8D, 7, 6D9, 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 5D9, 1, 2D9, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 5D9, 5D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 2D, 1D9, 1, 1, 2D9, 2D, 2, 3D9, 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 1D, 1, 1, 1D9, 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 2D9, 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 1, 1, 2, 2, 1D, 4D, 2D, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2D9, 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 30, 5D, 1D, 1D9, 1, 1, 2D9, 5D, 4D, 1D9, 3D9, 1, 2D9, 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 1D, 1D, 2, 2, 2D9, 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 1, 1, 1, 1D, 2D9, 2D, 2D, 1D, 2, 2D9, 2D, 1, 2D9, 1, 1, 1D, 1D9, 2, 2, 2, 1, 3, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 2, 1D9, 1, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 3D9, 2D, 2D, 3D, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 9, 2D9, 2, 3D9, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 8D, 5D, 3D, 1D9, 1D9, 8D9, 1D9, 4D, 4D, 4D9, 9D9, 8D9, 6D9, 2D9, 2D, 3D, 2D, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D, 1D, 2, 1D, 2, 1D, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 8, 7D9, 1, 1, 1D9, 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 1, 1, 1, 2D9, 1, 1, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2, 3D9, 2D9, 1D2 master me, 1D3 plus 2, 2, 2, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 8D9, 8D, 1D9, 7D9, 1D9, 2D9, 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 5, 9D9, 2D9, 9, 8D, 6, 3D9, 2D9, 8D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D, 2D, 1D, 1, 8D9, 8D9, 4, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 2D, 1, 2, 2D9, 6D9, 4D9, 1D9, 6D9, 5D9, 4D9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9D, 9D9, 9D9, 9, 9, 8D, 7, 6D9, 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 1D, 1D, 2D9, 2, 2, 1D, 3, 2D, 2D, 2, 2D9, 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 1D9, 2D9, 2, 1D, 1, 2D9, 7D9, 2D, 2D9, 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 1, 2, 2D, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 2, 2D, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 3D9, 2D9, 1, 2, 1D, 3D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 6, 6D9, 5D, 1D, 2D9, 4D9, 2D9, 1D9, 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 2D9, 8D9, 4D9, 8D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 4D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D, 1D, 2D9, 1, 1D, 7, 6, 6, 4D9, 6D9, 2D9, 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 7D9, 6D9, 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 1D9, 2D9, 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 2, 1D9, 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 9D9, 9D, 1D, 2D, 6, 2D9, 1D9, 9D, 6D, 6, 3D9, 1, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 4D9, 5D9, 9D9, 1D, 1D, 9D9, 2D9, 1D9, 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 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, 4D9, 3D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 9D9, 2D9, 1, 2, 8D9, 6, 5D, 3D9, 2D9, 1D9, 40, 2D100, 11D100, 1, 2D9, 1D, 2, 1, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 2D, 1D, 9D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 1D3, 2D, 2D, 2D9, 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 2D, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 9D, 1D, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D, 1D, 2, 1D, 2D9, 2, 1D9, 1, 9D, 11, 20, 90, 200, 20, 28D, 200, 80, 50, 50, 2D9, 2, 1, 2D, 1D9, 1D, 2, 2D, 6D9, 1, 2D9, 1D, 2D, 4, 9D9, 8D, 6D9, 6D9, 5, 4D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 8, 9D9, 3D9, 1, 9D, 7D, 4D, 2D9, 6D9, 1D, 9D, 7D, 2D9, 1D, 1D, 1, 2D9, 9D9, 9D9, 6D9, 5D9, 3D9, 3D9, 1D9, 7D9, 7D9, 3D9, 2, 1, 2D9, 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 1, 2, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 5, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 2, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 6, 6D9, 4, 3D9, 2, 2D, 2D9, 6D9, 6D, 3D, 9D9, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 6D9, 1D9, 2, 3D9, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1D9, 1, 1, 1D9, 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 1, 1, 2, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 1, 1, 2D9, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 2, 2, 2D, 1D9, 1D, 1D, 2, 2, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 1, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 1, 1D9, 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 2, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, 1D9, 1D, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 2D, 6D9, 1D2 master, 1D3 play, 1D, 1, 1, 1D9, 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 1D, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, 1D9, 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 2D9, 2D, 1, 2, 4D, 2D9, 7D9, 1D9, 6D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 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 1D, 1, 1, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 2, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 11, 19D, 20, 20, 20, 20, 28, 20, 19D 200, 6, 1D9, 2, 1D9, 2, 2D9, 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 1D9, 9D9, 2, 1D, 1, 2D9, 8, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2, 2D, 2D9, 1, 1, 1, 1D, 1D, 1D9, 3D9, 1, 1D, 1D9, 2D9, 6D, 4D9, 2, 1, 2D, 2, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 2, 1D9, 4, 3D, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1D9, 2, 2D9, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 6D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 2, 2D, 1D, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 2D, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 1, 1D9, 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 2D9, 1D, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 2, 4D9, 9D9, 7, 4D9, 1, 5, 5D, 2D, 11, 7D9, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 11, 11, 10, 21, 4, 1, 2, 2D9, 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 1D, 1, 1, 2, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 60, 1D9, 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 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 3, 1D9, 2D9, 4, 1D, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 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 2, 1D9, 2D9, 2, 8D, 7, 1D9, 3D9, 4D9, 3D9, 2D9, 1, 5, 1, 1, 9, 1, 4, 1D, 1D9, 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 2D, 7D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 3D9, 3D, 2, 2, 1D9, 5D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 1, 1, 2D9, 5D9, 2, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 3D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 1D, 1D, 2, 2D9, 2, 2D, 4D9, 1D, 1D, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 5D9, 1D2 master me maze, Vato. 5D9, 5D9, 6, 5, 1D9, 1D9, 4D, 4, 3D9, 1D9, 3, 3D9, 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 3D, 3D9, 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 3D, 3D9, 3D, 3, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 1D9, 7D9, 7D9, 2D9, 7D9, 6D9, 8D9, 6D9, 5D9, 6D9, 3D9, 3D9, 2D9, 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 2, 3D9, 1D, 8D, 2D, 2D, 1D, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, Notifico, split screen unavailable toast header, split screen unavailable toast message, Notifico, split screen unavailable toast header, split screen unavailable toast message, Notifico, split screen unavailable toast header, Notifico, split screen unavailable toast header, split screen unavailable toast message, Notifico, split screen unavailable toast header, split screen unavailable toast message, 1D, 1, 1, 1, 3, 4D9, 5D9, 1D, 2D, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 1, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 2D 7 2D9 1 4D 1D9 6D9 1D9 6 5D 2D9 2D9 1D9 1 2D9 2D 1D9 2D 6 7 70 1 2D9 2D 1D9 7D9 1D9 1D 6D81 7D81 2 1D9 1D9 2D9 2D9 100 120 1 31 50 11 100 2D 1D9 2D 1D9 2D9 1D 2 9 8D 7D9 7D 6 4D 3D 1D 2D 8D9 8 7 6D 5D 4D9 4D 4D9 4D 3D 7 6D9 3D9 2 1 1D 2 1 1 1 1 2 2D9 2 1D 2D9 2D9 2D 2D9 1D 2 2D9 1D 1D9 2D9 9D9 Notifico split screen unavailable 1D3 play again play 2D9 2D9 1D9 9D9 2 1D9 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 1D 1D9 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 2D9 1D9 1 1 2D9 2 2D 1 2 1D9 1D9 1D 2D9 1 1D9 4D9 7 2D 1D9 Notifico split screen unavailable toast header split screen unavailable toast message 2D9 1D9 9 7D9 6D9 3D9 2 1D 1D9 1D 2D9 1D9 2D9 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 1D9 1D 2D9 1D9 2D 2 2D 2D 1 5D9 6D9 9 2 3 100 3D 200 1 1D 2 2 1D9 2D9 1D9 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 2D9 1 1D9 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 1 1D9 5D 3 3 1 11 13D 14D 200 100 6 1 41D 2 3D9 2D9 1 6 K O 40 4 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 4 2 2D 1D9 1D 2 1D9 2D9 2D9 1D 2 1D9 1 2D9 1 1 2 2D9 2D 1D9 7 2D9 2D9 1D9 2D9 2D9 1D9 1D9 2D 1D 1 2D9 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 1D9 1D 2D9 1D9 2D 1D9 2D 2D9 2D 2D 9D9 9D9 20 6 1 1 1 70 1 70 1 1 70 79 1 D9 2 D9 1 D9 1 2 1 D 2 D9 2 1 D 2 D 2 D9 2 1 D9 1 D9 1 D9 Notifico split screen unavailable toast header split screen unavailable toast message Notifico split screen unavailable toast header split screen unavailable toast message 8 7 D9 2 D 1 D9 2 D9 2 D 1 D9 6 D9 2 1 D9 2D 1D9 2D9 1D 1D 2D9 1D2 master me maze Vato Notifico split screen unavailable toast header split screen unavailable toast message Notifico 1D3 1D 1D9 1D 1D9 1D9 1D 1 2 2D9 5 4D 1 3D9 3 2D 2D9 3 2D9 1D9 2D9 1D9 2D9 1D9 2 1D9 1D9 2D9 2D9 3D9 1D9 1D 1 2D9 1 1D 2D9 2 2D 1D9 1D 2D9 2 2 2D9 1D 2 2D 2 1 3 2D 2D9 2D 1D 1D9 1 1D9 1D 1D9 1 1D9 1D 1D 8 6D 1D9 2D9 1D9 1D9 3D9 3D 2D 1 1D 2D 2D9 1D 1 1D 3 1 1 1D 1D9 Notifico split screen unavailable toast header split screen unavailable toast message 7D 6 5D 2D9 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 2 2 1D 2D9 2 2D9 1 2D 3 3D 1 1 1 3D9 1 2D9 2D9 2 2 1D9 1D 7D, 1, 2, 2, 1D9, 7D, 5, 5, 8, 4, 5D9, 2D9, 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 1, 1, 1D9, 2, 2, 2D9, 1D9, 9D9, 9, 9D9, 5D9, 4D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, 2, 2D, 1, 1D, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2D9, 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 8D9, 7, 4D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 2D, 2D9, 2D, 1, 2, 9D, 7D9, 3D9, 1, 1, 1, 1D, 2, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2D, 9D, 8D9, 7, 6D, 3, 3D9, 2D, 1, 2D, 1, 2D, 2, 2D9, 1D9, 3D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D2 master me maze, but 1D3 play again, 1D9, 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 1, 1D, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 3, 4D, 6D9, 2D, 2, 4, 5D9, 3D9, 2, 8D, 6D, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 1D, 3D9, 1D9, 2D, 2, 2, 9D9, 7D9, 4D9, 2D, 3D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 6D, 1, 2D9, 2D, 2D, 2D9, 6, 3D9, 2D9, 9D9, 6, 1D9, 7D9, 1, 1, 2D, 2D, 2D9, 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 2, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 8, 5, 1D9, 1D, 1D, 1, 1D, 1, 2D9, 1, 2D, 2D, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 2D, 8D9, 6D, 3D, 7D9, 2D9, 1, 1, 9D9, 4D9, 2D, 2D, 1D9, 9D9, 3D, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 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 2, 2D9, 1, 2D, 2D9, 1, 11D, 13D1, 1D, 1D9, 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 2D, 2D, 2D9, 2, 2, 2D, 3D9, 3, 2D9, 4D9, 2, notifico, like free non-available toast header. Plus screen unavailable toast message. 2D, 2D9, 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 1D9, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 2, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 2D, 3D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 2D, 1D, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D3 player, 2D, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 1, 2, 2D, 1, D9, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2D9, 6, 2D9, 1D9, 7D9, 1, 2, 3, 2D, 6D9, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1D9, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1D, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 1, 9D9, 9, 9D, 2, 5D9, 2D9, 1D9, 4D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 2D, 2D9, 8, 8, 7, 7, 6, 6, 7, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 3D, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 1, 1D, 11, 20, 26, 1, 1D9, 8, 1, 7, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 2, 3D9, 1, 2D9, 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 2, 1D9, 1D2 master me 1, 1D3 play again, notifico, 1, 1, 1D9, 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 1, 1, 1D9, 2D, 1D9, 1D, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 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 1, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 4D9, 1D9, 7D, 4D9, 3, 1D9, 9, 8D9, 2D, 1D, 5, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 2D, 3D9, 8D9, 2D, 1, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 3D, 2D9, 3D9, 1, 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 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 2, 1, 1, 1D, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 3, 7D9, 5D9, 1D, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 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 1, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 2, 1D, 1, 2, 2D9, 9D9, 9D9, 9D, 8D9, 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 1, 2, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 1D, 1D3, play again, play lucky, 1D, 1, 1D9, 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 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 3D, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 2, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 3D9, 2, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 9D9, 7, 8D9, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 1, 1, 3D9, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 1D, 2D, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 2, 1D, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 1D, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 3, 3D9, 2D, 1D, 3D9, 3D9, 2, 1, 1, 8D, 7D9, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 1D, 1D, 2, 1D, 2D, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 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 1, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 8, 8, 7D9, 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 1D9, 1D2 master me maze, Vato. 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 1D9, 1, 1, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 1, 1D, 1D9, 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 1, 1D, 1, 1D9, 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 2, 2D9, 2D9, 4D, 1D9, 1D, 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 1, 1, 1, 1D, 1, 2D9, 2, 2D, 1D9, 2, 2D, 2D9, 3, 3D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 2, 1, 6, 8D9, 5D9, 1, 1D, 1D9, 1D9, K, K, 17D100, 11D1, 1D9, 1, 1D, 1D, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 11, 52D 208 450, 61, 40, 1, 6, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 1D9, 1, 2, 1, 2D9, 9D9, 2D9, 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 2D, 2D9, 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 1D9, 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 9D9, 8D9, 2D, 3D9, 3D9, 5D9, 4D, 3D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D, 1D, 2, 1, 9D, 8D9, 2D, 2, 1D9, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 6D9, 4D9, 7, 6, 4, 1D9, 7, 6D, 2D, 3, 8, 1, 2D, 2D9, 2D, 3D9, 1D9, 5D9, 2D9, 2, 3D, 3D9, 8D9, 1, 1D, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 8, 3, 1D, 1, 2D9, 3D, 2D9, 3, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 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 2, 5, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 1, 2, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D2 master me, 2, 1D3, 2, 2D9, 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 2, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 2D, 2D9, 1D, 1, 2D, 2, 1, 2D9, 6, 7D, 1D9, 9D9, 9, 4, 1D9, 9D9, 3, 3D9, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 1D, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 3D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 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 1D9, 4D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D, 1, 1D, 2D9, 9D9, 5D9, 2D, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 1D, 2D, 3, 2, 7, 4D9, 2D, 1, 1D9, 2D, 1, 2D, 2d9, 2d9, 1, 2, 3, 2d9, 1, 2d9, 1d9, 2d9, 2d9, 2, 2d, 2d9, 2d9, 2d, 2, 2d9. Television chat. Television chat. 4d9, 3, 2, 1, 1d9, 6d, 4d9, 2, 1d9, 1, 1, 2, 9d, 5d, 6, 5, 1, 1d9, 2d, 1, 1, 1, 1d9, 3, 2, 1d9, 3d9, 1d, 2d9, 9d, 9, 9, 9d9, 1d, 2d9, 1d, 2d9, 1d, 2d9, 2d9, 1d5, 2d, 2d9, 2d9, 2d, 1, 2d9, 2d9, 1d9, 2d, 1d, 2d, 1d9, 1, 2d9, 2, 2d, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2d, 1d9, 1d, 1d, 2d, 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 2, 2d9, 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 1, 1d9, 2d9, 2d9, 1d9, 2d9, 2d9, 1d, 2d9, 1d9, 2, 1, 2d, 1, 2, 2, 1d, 2, 1d9, 1d9, 2d, 2d, 2d9, 2d9, 2, 2, 1d9, 1d9, 2d9, 2, 2, 2d9, 1d9, 1d, 1d9, 3, 2d9, 1d9, 1, 2d9, 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 1d9, 1, 2d9, 2d9, 1, 2d, 1d9, 8d9, 6, 2, 2, 2d9, 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 1, 6, 4d9, 2d9, 1, 1d, 1d9, 1d9, 2d9, 5d9, 4d9, 5d, 1d, 1d9, 1d, 4d9, 4, 8, 9, 5, cakes a d text 4d9, 1d, 1d9, 1, 2d9, 2, 2d9, 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 1d, 1, 2d, 2d9, 2d, 1d9, 4d9, 1d, 2, 2d9, 1, 2d9, 3d9, 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 3d, 3d9, 2d9, 7, 5, 2d9, 2d, 49, d1, 1d9, 2d9, 2d9, 40, 5, 2, 4, 5, 1, 1, 1, 1, 50, 90, 90, 9, 9, 90, 80, 8, cakes 20, 8, 8, 8, 8, 90, 1, 4, 4, 40, 2d9, 2d9, 1, 2d, 1d9, 1d9, 1d, 2d, 2d, 1d9, 1, 2d9, 1, 4D9, 4D, 1D9, 1D3 plus 1D3, 1D, 1D9, 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 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 3, 2D9, 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 6, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 1D7, 5D9, 1D9, 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 7D9, 5, 6, 2D9, 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 1D, 4, 4, 2D, 2D9, 30, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, over 90, 1D9, 1D9, 2D, 1D9, 2D, 1, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 3rd, 1D9, 9D9, 9D9, 4D9, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 7D, 7, 5, 1, 2D, 1D, 1, 8D9, 8D9, 8, 4D9, 2D9, 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 1D9, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 9, 7, 20, 70, 100, 5D, 5D, 4D9, 3D9, 20, 30, 20, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 7, 1, 4, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 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 1D, 20, 30, 1D9, 1D9, 1D3, 1D3 play, 1D9, 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 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, 1D9, 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 3, 5, 8, 1D, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 8D, 8D9, 8D9, 1D9, 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 1, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 8D9, 8D9, 2D9, 3, 8D9, 8D9, 7, 4, 1, 2D9, 2D, 2, 3D9, 2, 1D9, 2, 8, 6D9, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 1, 7, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 1, 2D, 2D, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, 1D9, 1, 2, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 9D9, 6, 2D9, 2D, 2, 1D, 1, 1, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 1, 2D9, 2D, 2D, 1, 3D9, 3, 16, 5D9, 5, 4D, 2D9, 2D, 1D, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 3D9, 2D9, 1D, 1, 1D, 1, 1D, 1D, 1, 1D9, 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 1D, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 1, 2, 2D, 2D9, 1, 1D, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 7D, 2D, 1, 1, 2D9, 9D9, 4, 4, 4, 4D9, 3D9, 1D, 1D, 11D, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 5, 5D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 4D9, 2, 9D9, 9D9, 9D, 9, 9D9, 9D9, 2D, 2D9, 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 1, 9D9, 9, 2D, 2, 3D9, 1D9, 1, 1, 1D, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 2D, 3D9, 1, 2D9, 9, 8D, 7D, 2D9, 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 1, 2D9, 2D9, 1D, 2, 11D, 11D, 20, 14D, Lotto 200, 50, 30, 40, 2D, 1, 2D, 5D, alternate, 5th, 3rd, 3D9, 2, 1, 2D, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 1D9, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 1, 2, 7D9, 6D9, 9, 1, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 1, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 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 2D, 2D9, 3D9, 3D9, 1, 2, 4, 6D, 5, 4D9, 5D, 2, 1D9, 1D3, 1D3, 1, 1D9, 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 1D, 1D9, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 2, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 9D9, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 8, 5D9, 4D9, 3D, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 8, 9, 1, 9D, 2D9, 2D9, 9D9, 8D9, 4D9, 1D9, 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 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 130, 2D9, 1D9, 7, 1D, 6D9, 1D, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 3D, 2D, 6D9, 2D9, 8D9, 8D9, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 6, 4, 40, 30, 90, 92D, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 1D3 play, 1D, 2D, 2D9, 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 1, 2, 1D9, 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 2D9, 2D9, 3D, 4D9, 4D9, 3D9, 3D, 6, 5D9, 1D, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 5D9, 3, 2D, 1D9, 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 2D, 1D2 master me maze, Vato, 1D3 play again, play Lucky Islands again, Vato, 2D, 2D9, 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 2D, 2D9, 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 1D, 1D, 2, 1D9, 1, 2, 1D9, 2, 1D9, 5D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 8, 5D9, 1, 2D, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 3D, 3D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 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 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 2, 1D, 2D9, 3D9, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 2D, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 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 1D9, 1D9, 8, 7D9, 41, 2D9, 2D9, 2 2D9, 1D9, 2, 3D, 2D9, 1D9, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 2, 1D9, 9D9, 5D, 2D, 1D, 1D9, 7D9, 2D9, 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 1, 2D, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 1, 2, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 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 7D9, 2, 2D9, 2, 1D, 1D9, 1D3 play again, play Lucky Islands again, Lotto. 1D9, 1D9, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 2, 6, 16, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 3D9, 3D9, 1, 9D9, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 2, 1, 2D9, 8D9, 4D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 2, 1D, 1, 4, 1, 2D, 2D9, 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 2D, 2D, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1D, 1D9, 2, 1D, 2, 1D, 2D9, 1D3 play again, play Lucky Island. 1D3 play again, play Lucky Islands again, Lotto. Two, 2D, 2D9, 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 2D, 2, 2, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 2, 1D9, 1D, 1D, 1, 3, 3D9, 5D9, 3D9, 6D, 5D9, 9D9, 5D9, 3D, 2, 1, 2D, 1, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 7, 5D9, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 2, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 2, 1D, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 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 2D, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 2D, 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 1D9, 2, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 4, 20, 2D9, 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 1, 1, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 2, 2D, 1, 2, 1D9, 1D, 1, 1D, 1, 1D, 1, 1, 1D, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 1D, 1D, 1D9, 1, 1, 1D, 1D9, 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 1, 1, 1, 1D, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 2D, 2, 1, 9D, 1D9, 3D9, 1D, 5D9, 5D9, 4D, 3, 1, 2D9, 6D9, 2D, 2D9, 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 1, 1D, 2, 1D, 2, 2, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 1D, 2, 1D, 1D9, 1, 2D, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 2D, 3D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 2, 1, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 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 1, 1D9, 2, 1, 1D9, 1, 2, 1D, 1D9, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 9D9, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 1, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 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 3D, 2D9, 1D, 2D, 2, 1D, 2D9, 8D9, 6D9, 1, 8D9, 8D, 8D9, 8, 7, 1D, 8, 8D9, 8D, 2D, 1D9, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 2, 2D, 2D, 1, 8, 5D, 3, 2, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 1D, 2, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 2, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2, 1D9, 1, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 2, 1D, 1, 1D9, 2, 1D9, 5, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 1, 9D, 8D9, 8D9. 2D9. 1D9. 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 2D 3D9. 1D9. 2D9. 2D9. 1D9. 9D9. 8D9. 8D9. 3D9. 2D9. 4D9. 2D9. 1D9. 2D 2D9. 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 2D 2D9. 2D9. 2D 1 2D9. 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 2D 1D9. 2D9. 8 1D9. 7D9. 6 4 2 2D9. 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 7D9. 7D9. 2D9. 1D9. 2D9. 1D9. 2D9. 2D9. 1D9. 2D 1D 1D9. 2D9. 5 1D9. 2D9. 1D 8D9. 7D9. 9D9. 2D9. 1D9. 1D 2D 2D9. 30 1D9. 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 2D 1D 1D9. 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 2D9. 2D9. 1D9. 1D9. 1 2 2D 2 1 1 2D9. 1D9. 1 1D9. 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 2D9. 1D 2D 2D 2 6D9 4D 3D9 2D 1D9 2D9 1D 1 1 2D 2D 1D9 2 9 8 7D9 6D9 5D9 4D9 2D 2D9 2 2D 2 2D9 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 1D9 2D 1D9 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 2D9 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 1D 1 1 1D 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 1D9 2D9 3D9 2 6 3 3D9 3 1 2D9 1D 2 1D 9 5D9 2D 2 1 1 1 1 1D9 2D 1D9 2D9 1D 1D9 1 1 2D9 1D9 2D9 3 1 1 1 1 2D 1 1D9 1 2 1 1D9 1 2D 1D9 1 8D9 9 9D9 9D 4D 3 2D 2D9 1D 3 play 1D3 play again, play Lucky Islands again, Bato. 2D9. 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 1D9. 8D9. 2D9. 1D9. 2D9. 1D9. 2D9. 1D3 play again. 1D9. 1 5 3D 2D9. 3D9. 1D9. 1D3 play 1D9. 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 2D 1D9. 1D9. 2D9. 2D 1D9. 2D9. 1D9. 1D 2 1D9. 2D9. 2D9. 1D9. 8D9. 3D9. 1 2D9. 3D9. 1 6D9. 2D9. 3D9. 7 2D 2D9. 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 1D2 master me made. 1D3. 2D 2D9. 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 1D 2D9. 3D9. 9 1 2D9. 2 3D9. 1D9. 1 2D9. 1 2D 2D9. 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 2D 2D9. 2 9 7 1D9. 2D9. 1D9. 1D 2D9. 2D9. 1 1D9. 1D9. 9D9. 1D9. 2D9. 1D9. 1 2D9. 1D 2D 10D 113 9D Activado 20 6 80 29 1D 1D9 1D9 2D 1D 2D9 2D9 1 2D 11 11D 100 11D 11D 142 11 11D 1 5 4 100 1 130 1 1 7 5 13 2D 2D 2D9 11 11 11D 2 2D 2 1D 2D9 2D 2D9 1D 2D9 1D9 2 2D9 2D9 2 2D9 2D9 7D 8D9 7D9 2D9 2D9 1 11D 140 15D 120 15D 1 2 2D 2D9 2 1 2D9 2D 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 1D9, 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 2D9, 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 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 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 3, 1D9, 5D, 1D, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 8D9, 3, 1, 2D9, 1D, 1D9, 2, 1D9, 1D, 9D9, 1, 2, 9D, 1D9, 5, 20, 5D9, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 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 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 9D9, 2D9, 2D9, 5, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 1, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 2D, 1D, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 2, 4D9, 4D9, 4D, 4D9, 4D9, 2D9, 2D9, 4D9, 2D9, 1, 3D9, 2D9, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1D, 2, 1D, 1D9, 2D9, 7D9, 7, 7D9, 7, 7D, 7, 5, 1D9, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, Capsadita, 2D9, 2, 1D9, 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 2, 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 11D1, 2D9, 2D, 1, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 1D, 5, 5D9, 2D9, 2D, 1, 2D, 2D9, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2D9, 1D, 2D, 2D9, 5D9, 4D9, 4D9, 2D, 1, 1D9, 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 2D, 1D9, 1, 2, 40, 40, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 20, 30, 11, 1D9, 2D, 1D, 2, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 2D, 2, 2D9, 1d9, 1d9, 2d9, 1, 2d9, 1d9, 7d9, 2d9, 2d9, 3d9, 2d9, 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 1d, 1, 2d, 1d9, 2d9, 1d9, 1d9, 2d, 1, 2d, 1, 2d9, 1, 1d, 1, 1, 1d9, 1d9, 1d5 chef force, 2d5, 3d, 2d, 1d9, 1, 2d, 2d9, 2d9, 1, 2, 1, 2d, 1d9, 4d, 3d9, 2, 2d9, 9d9, 1, 1d9, 1d9, 2d9, 1d, 1d9, 1d9, 1, 1d9, 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 1, 1d, 1, 1, 1, 1d, 1d9, 1d, third, fourth, third, 1d9, 1, 1, 1, 3d9, 1d9, 1, 2d9, 1, 2, 2d9, 2, 1, 2d9, 2d, 1d9, 2d, 7, 1d9, 6d, 2, 1, 1d9, 1, 1d9, 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 2d9, 2, 11d100, 2d9, 2d9, 1d, 1, 1, 1d9, 1d9, 2d9, 2d, 1d9, 1, 3d9, 9d, 6d9, 1d, 2, 2, 1, 1d, 2d, 2d9, 2d, 1, 1d9, 1d9, 2d9, 1, 1, 8, 1, 2, 1, 1d9, 1d9, 2d, 1d9, 1, 4, 2d9, 2d9, 1d, 1d9, 1, 20, 2d9, 8, 5, 2, 1, 1d9, 1, 2, 1d3, play again, play Lucky Islands again, Lotto, 2, 2d9, 2d9, 2, 2, 2d9, 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 1d9, 1d, 1d, 2, 1d, 2d9, 1d9, 1d9, 1, 3, 2d9, 1d9, 1d9, 4, 3d9, 2d9, 1d9, 1d9, 1, 2d9, 2d9, 8, 8d9, 3, 2, 2d9, 2, 1d, 2, 2, 1d9, 2d9, 2d9, 2, 1d9, 1d, 2, 2d9, 2d, 1d, 2, 1d9, 9d9, 1, 1d9, 2d9, 1d9, 1d, 1d, 2d9, 2d9, 1, 1d9, 6d9, 1, 1, 1d9, 1d9, 1d3, 1d3, play again, play Lucky Islands again, Lotto. 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 1D, 1D9. 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 1D9. 2D9, 1D, 1, 2D, 1D, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 2, 1D, 2, 1, 2D, 1, 2D9, 2D, 1, 8, 2, 2D9, 5D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 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 2D9, 3D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 8D9, 7D, 4D9, 5D, 3D, 2D, 1, 2, 1D9, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 2, 1D, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 2D, 1D, 2D, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 4D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2, 2, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 5D9, 4, 4D, 2D, 2D, 2D9, 1D, 1D, 3 play again, play Lucky Islands again, Vato. 2, 2, 2D9, 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 1D9, 1D, 1, 1, 1D, 3D9, 1D9, 1D, 1D, 7D9, 6, 1D, 1, 2D, 1D9, 1D, 2D, 2, 2D9, 2D, 2, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 2, 8D9, 1D, 2D, 2D, 2D9, 1D, 4D9, 1, 2, 1D, 7, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 1, 1D, 1D, 30, 1, 9D9, 8D9, 7D9, 22, 20, 30, 30, 20, 20, 80, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 3D, 3D9, 50, 50, 3, 3D9, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 40, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 8D9, 2D9, 1, 1D, 2D9, 1, 2D, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, 1D, 1D9, 2, 1, 1D9, 8D9, 8, 8D9, 7D9, 4D, 3, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 1D, 1, 7D9, 5D9, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 1D, 1, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 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 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D, 2, 1D, 2, 1D9, 2, 2D, 2, 2, 2, 2D9, 2D, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2D, 1D, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 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 1, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 1D, 1, 1, 1D9, oh, cakes it, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 8D9, 6D9, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 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 1, 1, 2D9, 1, 1D, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 8D9, 8D9, 4D, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 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 1, 1D9, 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 7D9, 7, 7D, 7, 7D9, 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 7, 7D, 7, 6D, 2D, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 9, 1, 1D9, 1, 2, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 1D, 1D9, 1, 2D, 1, 2D, 2D9, 1D, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 7D9, 2D9, 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 1D9, 1D9, 1D, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 8D9, 7D, 5D9, 2, 2, 2D9, 1, 2D, 1D, 2D, 1, 2, 1D, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 2, 2D, 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 1, 1D9, 9, 6, 5, 3D9, 2D9, 2D, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 7, 2, 3D, 4D9, 7, 2D9, 2, 2, 2D9, 1, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 1D9, 2, 1D9, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2D9, 3D9, 1D9, 2D, 2, 1, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 2, 2D, 2, 2D9, 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 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2D, 2D, 2, 2D, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 1, 1, 5D9, 1, 9D9, 8D9, 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 8, 7D, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 9D9, 1D, 8D9, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 2, 1, 1D9, 9D9, 8, 5D9, 3D, 8D, 11, 30, 20, 30, 16, 1D9, 2D9, 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 2D, 4, 3, 2D9, 1D9, 3D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 5D9, 5D9, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 2, 1D, 1, 1, 1D, 1D9, 7D9, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 3D9, 3D9, 8D9, 8D9, 1D, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 100, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1D, 1, 1, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 2D, 2, 2, 2D, 2D, 2, 2D, 2, 2D, 2D9, 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 1, 1D, 1, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 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 1D, 8D9, 4D, 1D9, 1D9, 5D9, 5D9, 3D, 1, 1, 1, 1D, 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 2, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 1, 2D, 2, 1D, 2, 1, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, free play again, play Lucky Islands again, Lotto. 2D9, 2, 2D9, 2, 2D, 1, 2D9, 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 2, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 2D, 2, 2D, 1D9, 5D9, 2, 2D9, 7D9, 2D9, 2D9, 30, 1D, 2, 1D9, 30, 2D9, 1, 2, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 2, 1D, 2D9, 7, 98, 30, 2D, 2d9, 2d9, 1, 8d9, 1d, 1, 6d9, 1d9, 1d, 1d9, 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 1, 2d9, 1d2 master me maze, 2, 1d3 play again, play Lucky Islands again, 2d, 2d9, 2d9, 4d9, 2d9, 1d9, 1d, 1d9, 2d9, 1d, 1d9, 1, 1, 2d9, 2d9, 1, 1d, 1d9, 2d9, 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 2d, 2d9, 4d9, 4, 1d9, 2d9, 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 1, 1d9, 1d, 9d9, 2, 1d9, 1d9, 7d9, 5d9, 4, 4d9, 2, 1d9, 2d9, 9d9, 7d9, 2d9, 2d9, 6d9, 3d9, 2d, 1, 1d9, 1d9, 2d, 2d9, 2d9, 1, 2, 2d, 1, 1, 1, 2d, 1, 1d9, 2d9, 1d, 1, 2d9, 1d, 7d, 2d9, 2d9, 2, 1, 2d, 2d9, 2, 1d, 1d, 2d9, 1, 1d9, 2d9, 2d9, 2d, 2, 9d, 3, 2d, 2d9, 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 1d9, 2d9, 2d9, 2, 2, 1d, 1d9, 3d, 2d9, 1d9, 1, 1d9, 1, 2d9, 2d9, 2d, 1d9, 1, 1d9, 1, 1d9, 2, 2, 2d9, 1, 1d, 2d9, 1, 1d, 1d9, 1, 2d9, 1d9, 2d9, 1d9, 1d9, 3d, 9, 6, 6d9, 6, 6d9, 1d9, 3d, 1d9, 1, 2d9, 1d9, 2, 1d9, 2, 7, 1, 1d, 1d, 1d9, 2, 1, 2, 1d9, 1d9, 2d9, 1, 2d, 1, 2d, 2d9, 2d9, 2d, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2d, 2, 2d, 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 1d5 profile, Cataponica Highway 82 click to view stats photo, 2, 2d9, 1d9, 2d9, 2d, 2d9, 1, 2d9, 1, 1d9, 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 2d9, 7, 2d9, 1d9, 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 2d9, 1d9, 1d9, 2, 1D, 1D9, 7D9, 4D9, 1D9, 5D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 2D, 1, 2D, 2D9, 1D, 1D9, 2, 2D9, 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 1, 2D, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 1, 2, 1D9, 2, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 7D9, 1, 1, 2D9, 2, 2, 2D, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 1D, 1D, 2, 2D, 2D, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 1D, 2D, 1, 8, 6, 4D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 2, 2, 2D9, 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 1D9, 8, 5D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1D9, 2, 1, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 9D, 5D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 1, 1D9, 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 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1D9, 2D, 1, 1D, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 1D, 1, 1D9, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1D, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 3D9, 1, 1D, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 5D, 1D9, 1D9, 7D, 5D, 2D9, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 9D9, 5, 3D, 2D, 1, 1, 2D, 1D, 2D9, 1D9, 2, 1D9, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 2, 1D, 1, 2D9, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 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 1D9, 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 1, 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 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 1, 2, 1, 2D9, 1, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 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 2D, 2, 2D, 2D, 5, 3D9, 2, 2, 1, 2D, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 2D, 2D9, 1D, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 2, 1D, 1, 2, 7D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 1 D 1 D9 1 D9 1 D9 1 2 D 1 D9 1 2 2 D9 2 D9 2 D9 1 D9 1 2 D9 2 D 1 2 D 8 1 D9 2 D9 2 D9 2 2 D9 2 D9 1 D 2 D 2 D9 1 D9 2 D 2 D9 2 D9 2 D9 1 2 D9 1 D9 1 D9 2 1 D9 5 D 2 D9 1 D 1 D 2 D9 1 D9 1 D 2 D9 3 1 D9 1 1 D9 1 D 2 D 2 D9 2 D9 3 D9 1 D9 4 D9 2 2 D9 2 D 2 2 D 2 D9 2 D9 2 D9 2 D 3 D9 5 D9 1 D9 2 D9 1 D 2 D9 2 D9 1 2 1 D9 1 D9 3 D9 1 D 1 D9 2 1 1 D 2 D 1 D9 2 D9 2 D9 1 1 D9 1 D9 2 D9 1 D 1 2 D9 1 D9 1 1 1 D 2 1 2 D9 1 2 D9 1 2 D9 2 D 2 D9 2 D9 2 D9 2 2 D9 2 D9 1 2 D 2 D 2 D9 2 2 D9 2 D9 1 D 2 D9 1 D9 2 D9 2 D9 3 D9 4 D9 1 D9 1 D9 1 D9 4 1 2 D 2 D9 1 D9 2 D9 1 D9 1 D 2 2 D9 2 D9 1 D9 1 D 11 D100 1 D9 1 D9 1 2 D9 2 D9 2 D9 1 D9 2 D9 2 D9 2 D9 1 D9 1 2 D9 2 D9 2 D9 2 1 D9 1 D9 30 1 D9 2 D9 1 D 2 D9 3 4 D9 3 D9 6 D 2 D9 1 D9 1 D9 2 2 D9 3 3 3 3 D 3 2 D9 1 D9 1 D9 1 D9 1 D9 1 D 2 D 2 D 2 2 2 D9 1 2 2 D9 2 D 2 D 1 2 D 1 D 2 D 1 1 2 D9 1 1 D 1 2 2 D9 2 D9 1 1 D 1 D9 1 D9 1 2 1 9 D9 6 D9 2 2 D9 4 4 D 2 1 D9 1 D 1 2 D9 1 1 1 3 D 1 D9 2D, 2D, 1D9, 2, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, alternate, 41D1, 2D, 1D, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 40, 1D9, 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 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 8D9, 7D9, 2D9, 1D9, 8, 7D9, 3D, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 1D, 1, 100, 117, 100, 6, 6, 140, 41, 1D, 9D9, 1, 1D9, 3, 3D9, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 1, 2, 2D9, 1, 1D9, 1, 2, 1D3, 2D9, 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 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 9D9, 7, 4D9, 2D9, 5, 1D9, 4D9, 4, 1D, 2D9, 8D9, 2, 2D9, 1D9, 1, 3D9, 3D9, 1D9, 2D9, 3, 2D9, 3D9, 1D9, 1, 2, 2D9, 1, 2D9, 5D9, 3D9, 5D9, 3D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 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 1D9, 2D9, 9D, 4D9, 2D9, 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 4D9, 9D9, 4, 2, 2D, 1D, 5D9, Tele-D chat. Tele-D chat. Chat. 1, 1, 3D, 1, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, 1D9, 4, 3D9, 5D9, 3D9, 5D9, 2D9, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 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 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 3D9, 1, 100, 30D, 23, 119D, 300, 3, 2D9, 7D, 5, 1D9, 90, 180, 115D, 409, 106, 100, 100, 1, 1, 1, 100, 1, 8, 79, 2, 200, 69, 93, 4, 2, 1, 2D, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 3D, 2D9, 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 1D9, 9D9, 9, 8D9, 2D9, 8, 7D, 5D9, 7, 4D9, 2D, 2, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 8D9, 5, 4, 3, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 6D9, 1D9, 1D9, 2, 3, 4D9, 1D, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 5, 7D9, 2D9, 1, 5D9, 2D9, 4D9, 6D, 4D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 2D9, 2, 1D9, 1D, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1D9, 1, 2, 2D, 1D, 2, 2, 1D9, 1, 7, 4D9, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 1D, 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 2, 1D, 1, 1D9, 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 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 1D, 1D9, 1, 2, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 2, 2D9, 2D9, 1D, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1D9, 2, 1D, 2D9, 1, 1D, 1D9, 2, 2D, 2, 1D9, 2, 2D9, 1D, 1D9, 2, 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 2, 1D9, 2, 2, 2D, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1D9, 2, 2D9, 2D, 2D9, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 1D9, 1D, 1, 1D9, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 4, 2D9, 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 2, 1D9, 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 1D, 2D9, 1, 2, 1D9, 2D, 2D9, 1D9, 2, 1D, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 8, 8D9, 8, 8D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, 1, 2D, 1, 1D5 chef force, 2, 1D9, 2D9, 2D9, 2D, 2D, 1, 2D9, 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 1, 1D9, 2D9, 7, 4, 4D9, 2D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2D9, 2D9, 8D9, 5D9, 2D9, 4D9, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 2D, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 1, 1D9, 1D9, 2, 2D9, 2, 2D, 2D, 1D, 2D9, 2, 1D9, 1D9, 2D9, 1D, 1D, 1D9, 4D9, 2D9, 1D9, 2D9, 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 2, 1D9, 1D, 1D9, 1D9, 1D2 master me, 1D3 play again play lock, 1D9, 1D9, 6, 1, 2D9, 1D9, 2D, 1D, 2D, 3D, 2D9, 2D, 8D9, 6, 2, 1D, 1D9, 2D9, 1, 1, 8, 4D9, 2D9, 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 1D9, 2D, 3D9, 2D, 1D, 5, 1, 1D9, 2D9, 1D9, 1D9, teledeposit, menu principal, Vatosis, listener, teledijogo, servidores guia, conclude to, teledijogo, servi, menu principal, Batos is, Slicener. Tele di Jogo, Montesquieu. Pressioni bato elan per marcare scorda. Pressioni bato elan per marcar direct. Mondos Guiwandi 3. Encontrar amigos entre plataformas bato 3D4. Entrar no sa Alterner 1D6 Cube Craft Winter. Alterner 2D6 The Hive Nos Sky Royale Ativado. Alterner 3. Alterner 4D6 Galaxy Battle Royale. Alterner 5D6 Mingle Evolutions Ativado. Caricando. Durando Cancelar Bato 1D1. Durando Mondo. 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 Cancelar Bato 1D1. Durando Mondo. Cancelar Bato 1D1. Durando Mondo. 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 Cancelar. Cancelar Bato 1. Cancelar Bato 1D. Cancelar Bato 1D1.